OBJ. That's strangely close to Daniel Jones from the Giants. Daniel, is that you? Beat the Chiefs. Show me. If the Broncos and Russell Wilson can show me that they can beat the Chiefs, then I will start believing.
The crowd up. And so are this defense, and Kansas City won't snap the ball again. The Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs.
David Montgomery on the Lions, former Bear, gonna make this his revenge game for sure. David Montgomery gets the touchdown that ices the game.
No!
And there's a flag. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. Snap. Hold. Kick.
Denver wins! Denver wins! Let's go!
They open. No!
What happened? Oh, shit. I was talking to myself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sunday Night Football. We got Aaron Rodgers going against his old team and Jordan Love. Jordan Love is going to start with this Green Bay offense. What a game this is going to be. 3rd and 1, pressure comes. Incomplete. A quick 3 and out. And what are these uniforms the Steelers are wearing? Gosh, those are ugly. Those are terrible. Oh, I found my parfait. Yeah. I don't care what anyone says. Parfaits are delicious. Now they're going to punt it. This is going to be returned. And stopped. And stopped in the backfield. Wow. This is going to be intense. Look at Aaron Rodgers. This is crazy. Look at Rodgers sniffing the smelling salts. Where did he put that? Where did that come from? Here's Josh Jacobs with a difficult, hard run. Okay, so is that what it takes, Aaron Rodgers at this age to get going? He's got to smell it on first down. Wow. Wow. This is going to be here we go. After first down run, a quick throw. And he's going to pick up like 3 or 4. Wow. Good job picking up the blitz there for the Steelers. It's going to bring up 3rd and 3. Uh-oh. Watch the trick play. Little weird formation here. And Rodgers snaps. Rolling to his right. Taking a shot downfield. Wide open. Wow. Rodgers. Wow. Look at Rodgers. rolling to his right and launching this ball downfield. Wow. I knew there was something coming right there. Here's a pitch. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Go back on. Pass interference on the offense here. Here we go. Woo! Third down. All right. Wow, it worked. You throw me a spoon? Huh? All right. I'm back. Whew. Can't stream for 12 hours straight without eating. Here we go. 2nd and 5. Quick throw. Caught. Man, Aaron Rodgers wants this one so bad. Packers. Tucker Kraft. I knew it. All right. So the Packers score 7-3. All right. Pittsburgh's second drive to score a touchdown. We got Darnell Washington. Let's go Jonnu Smith. Probably DK Metcalf to go 25. Jalen Warren. No, let me get to popular. Quarter prep game specials. Here we go. Each team to score one touchdown and one field goal in each half. I like that one. Each team to score one touchdown. Each team to score one rushing touchdown and one passing touchdown in each half. One made field goal in each quarter. That's not happening. Oh, just one for any team? Green Bay to score in all four quarters. So what about each team to score in all four quarters? Plus 280. Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love to each pass for 15 yards in each quarter. See. See, player receiving yards, player passing. Flag is down. Here we go. Aaron Rodgers. Looking to throw. Oh my gosh. It should have been a pick six. Edgerrin Cooper had it in his hands. Incomplete. Or short of the first down, I mean. All right. Oh, he muffed it. Packers back on top. All right, I got something in me. Got a little snacky. And I am ready for the chat. I'm back. We got Mom in the chat. They're awful. Mom just comes out swinging. They're awful. Kyle isn't absent. Kyle is absent, just like Falcons offense. Hello, is anyone home? I said I was taking a quick break. We got Daniel Berry Sports Highlights in the chat. What's up, Daniel? Oh, man. All right. Big game for Packer fans all around the world. And as always, for good luck, I present to you Woody. Oh, I love that little dog. Oh, whoa. We're going blue, baby. Woo! New member. We got Mom and Tyler gifting 5 months. Go green for Green Bay. Okay. Dang it. It's like that scene in Toy Story 2 where he goes past the channel. He's like, go back. No, it's take too long. I got to go all the way back around. There. Green. Green. Is that green? Dang it, I did it again. Okay, so that's the darkest green we get. And there, that's as green as we get. And then we just turn off the blue, turn down. It doesn't look green. It looks like, I don't know. Let me check. Cool, none. There, that's better. Kind of. Let's see, we can do better. There. Yes, that's kind of green. Tucker Kraft. Look at him go. And I had him scoring 2 touchdowns. Where's Tucker Kraft? I picked him to have 70 receiving yards. He's got 49 already. $49 receiving yards for Tucker Kraft. This dude's not even just a tight end. He's a pure wide receiver. Look at him. He's turning into just like George Kittle. I'm about to get crazy high and try to make myself pass out in my sauna. Wish me luck. I feel like that's a terrible idea. I don't think you should do that. Don't do that. Don't get crazy high and pass out in your sauna. I wouldn't do that. Boom. Listen to the crowd in the Go Pack Go. Wow. I got something. All right. Add file. Here we go. An updated background. This time it's going to be Tucker Kraft. And I'll be smaller. Smaller. Tucker Kraft. All right. Here we go. 2nd and 9. Jordan Love looking, passing, caught. And it's going to get tackled right away. Slay. Is that Darius Slay? Oh, yeah. Man, I'm confusing Packers. I still can't get used to Aaron Rodgers being on a yellow team that's not Green Bay. It's just, and the Steelers deciding to wear their ugliest jerseys possible. Like, hey, yeah, we're going to wear these. Gross. On a day where the Packers are going to be cool. The Packers are so cool today. Wearing the all whites. And the Steelers are like, yeah, well, we're going to be the bumblebees. And you can't stop us. Bzzz. Here we go. Tucker Kraft. We're gonna make Tucker Kraft the backdrop for a little bit. He's earned it. What a first quarter. 50 receiving yards, a touchdown, another big one. That's not it. Screenshot at, oh, it's at the top. Boom. Look at that. And you have the score. I mean, does it get any better than that? That's awesome. Each team to score in every quarter. Now the Steelers started with, no, the Packers started with the ball, then it went to the Steelers. The Steelers got 3, and then the Steelers had 2 possessions or just 1? Steelers, Packers, Steelers, Packers. I think it's been 2 possessions each, and the Packers are on their second. Go green light for Green Bay. Member for 5 months. I love this. I love this. Look at that. Pittsburgh's like, dude, we do bikes. If there's one thing we do, it's bikes. Here we go. 3rd and 10 for the Packers. Emmanuel Wilson remaining the running back. Shotgun. Jordan Love looking. Pressure in his face. Throws this one up. And Dobbs, allergic to the football. Take the diaper off your head, dude. In perfect position. Jumps up. Makes a great play on the ball. And as soon as the ball's right here, he goes, ah. That time, Slay up to the challenge. That was 100% Dobbs screwing up. Here's Brandon McManus with a 57-yarder. And it's money. Oh, it's short. Oh, man, just like the kick against the Seahawks. That was our guy, man. Oh, man. How was that ball dropped? Oh, gosh. How did he drop that? In this kick, man, looked good. Dobbs should devote more time to practicing catches than bundling guardian caps on top of one another. Oh, man. And they finally just showed the view of that missed kick. Honestly, though, not a bad kick. Like 57 is pretty far. That's a pretty far kick. Here is the Steelers now. That's Kenneth Gainwell, who the Steelers, I think, got from Philly, along with Darius Slay. And I love seeing the scores tick in the background. 44. Oh man, it's gonna be a good week. Here's Aaron Rodgers. Looks like he's changing the play at the line under center. Fakes the quick throw, now pitches it, and that's gonna go to the line of scrimmage. Loss of a couple inches maybe. No gain. Look at the Jets, 39-38. That's ridiculous. Just stop it. Really? This was a guy. Here's another run. 2nd and 11. And can't have that defensively for Green Bay. You got a team backed up in 2nd and 11, and they're able to run for 9 and make it a manageable 3rd down. Not what you want to see. And side note, Green Bay's 3rd in the league, allowing only 76 rushing yards per game. So an uncharacteristic mistake at a costly time. Aaron Rodgers, shotgun, taking a shot deep. Metcalf, how did he drop that? Somebody make a play. Oh, Rodgers is pissed. Rodgers is pissed. That's a touchdown. Oh, man. Boswell, snap, hold, kick, good. Nailed it. And, man, that drop. Aaron Rodgers did not have a lot of room in the pocket, man. And he delivered an absolute dart. Aaron Rodgers was really in a tight spot. Considering the ball he thrown, I'm sure he's still pissed off that didn't result in a touchdown, because that was a beautiful pass in a really tight space. Here we go. Screenshot. Look at this. Look at this. Are you ready? This ball, if I just showed you this play and I said, this ball does not get caught by DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf drops this ball. You would say, what? DK drops that? But you can see 24 for Green Bay. He's got that right hand in position, and that was the hand that was able to swipe that one out. Neither of these teams are as good as their records, Crafty says. Crafty, keeping it real. Well, one of these teams is going to prove you to be correct. And one of these teams, depending on how they win, may prove you to be wrong. But 7-6, Green Bay, the only touchdown in this game. Pittsburgh had to settle for 2 field goals now. Oh, man. DK Metcalf. The last time we saw the Steelers, it was Thursday night against the Bengals. That feels like it was forever ago because it was about 10 days ago. It was Thursday night, and then they didn't play Sunday, and now it's been another week since then. So it's been a while since the Steelers have been on the field. But one of the biggest complaints of that game was, like, on one side of the ball, you had a 40-year-old quarterback peppering Jamar Chase with targets. On the other side of the ball, you had Aaron Rodgers getting DK Metcalf 3 catches on the entire day. Now, there were a lot of Steeler fans that were just not okay with that type of production coming from DK Metcalf, or the fact that Aaron Rodgers wasn't targeting DK Metcalf. And you saw here early, he's gone to DK a couple of times, and Aaron Rodgers is one of those guys that once he trusts you, you don't want to do something to jeopardize that. And I can tell Rodgers is not happy about that last one not being completed, but that was just a good defensive play. He's going to have to get over that. Jordan Love on the other side going deep. Pass interference. No call. Wow. It looked like it was intentional. It looked like if I told you to somehow, I need you to go out there and do pass interference, but make it look accidental. Yeah, good no call. And Crafty said, or had on fire, sheesh, these uniforms are yellow, snow yellow. That's scary. Yeah. I thought you're supposed to drink the yellow snow. No? We got to get this diaper off Romeo Dobbs' head. Look, the NFL is a multi-billion-dollar organization, company, whatever. They can do better than this. I've seen it. Have you seen what they practice with in college? It looks like, the Under Armour underwear that you would wear? It's got like the hip protector in the built-in like padding. They have something like that goes on the helmets. It's like a built-in padding, but it looks like that Under Armour compression wear type stuff. It looks awesome. This is so silly that we're still doing diapers. The Knicks and the Bucks. What do you guys think of the NBA being back on NBC? You see, like, the score decal and everything they did. Michael Jordan is doing like a segment now. He said he feels like he needs to give back to the game of basketball. Kind of a refreshing look for the NBA. I'm actually liking it. There it is right there. Insights to excellence. Michael Jordan's take. All right, 3rd and 9. Clock rolling. Yep, showing cover 0 blitz. Here they come. Love. Nope. Let's see. Wow. They picked it up. All right, so penalty on the offense, and it's going to be declined. Hands to the face. There it is. Tom. I think that's TJ Watt. Oh, man. It looks like Jordan Love almost got rolled up in a weird way there. Here we go. Punt. This is going to be returnable. Caught at the 20 to the 25 and runs out of bounds at maybe the 33-ish. Man, Jordan Love got rolled up on pretty weird on that 3rd down. Did anyone else notice the way Jordan Love got rolled up? He's lucky he's all right. He got twisted up real weird. He's fine. It's amazing, like, how many close calls there are just on a given Sunday. Here's Aaron Rodgers faking the handoff. Going to throw it on 1st down. Is that Pat Freiermuth? No, that is some white dude that I've never seen before. I love that he's wearing number 15. That's pretty cool. Who is that? Good job protecting the football at the point of contact, making sure he picks up that 1st down yardage. Now Rodgers is 6 for 8 for 72 yards. And both of the incompletions could have been caught. Warren on the pitch picks up a couple. Man, Jaylen Warren definitely left a lot to be desired this year. We saw a lot better football from him 2 years ago and even last year. Here's Aaron Rodgers rolling outside, now throwing. And he's having a good time out there. Getting chased down. All right. Fastest in the NFL, time to throw 2.5. I mentioned this, whether it's Manning or Brady, any of these quarterbacks plus 40 become the fastest to get the ball out of their hands. They don't want to take any hits. Rodgers, trying to get it to Metcalf. I thought he had him. This is going to be defensive holding. Rodgers, man, a great job holding onto that ball, staying in the pocket. And you can't do this. You can't make this play here if you're scared. And we see quarterbacks that get towards the end of their career, right? They play a little bit scared. They get the ball out of their hands so quick because they don't want to take a hit. They become so vulnerable back there that even when there's not a direct threat, their eternal clock after 2.5 seconds says, hey, you got to get rid of the ball right now. It's a safety mechanism. And right there, you see Rodgers feel it, but not give in to it. He decides to hold the ball and tell that little voice, I'm not in danger. Holds it for an extra second or two and is able to send the ball downfield to DK Metcalf, which produced a holding call. None of that happens if Rodgers isn't mentally tough out there. No wonder Dobbs can't catch anything. He's weighed down by the 80 Guardian helmets. Damn. Quay Walker lit him up at the end of that run. That looks like Hawaii to me. The production crew loves this shit. Here we go. 1st and 10. Handoff. Nowhere. How's that for a soccer goal run? Kingsley says, okay, now Chris Collinsworth is just going to take my whole line. Never mind. Forget it. Just forget it. I wasn't saying anything. Whew. 2nd and 15 now. Last time it was 2nd and 15. They were able to run for 9. They're going to run a screen here. Every team has these screen calls, but aside from the screen, it's these passing plays that are just an extension of the run game. And the Steelers didn't have the balls to run it on 2nd and 15 like they did last time, but they end up running one of these pass plays and only gets them a yard. Highly predictable. Every 2nd and 15 is a screen. So play clock runs down. Rodgers had to snap it. And this is kind of what happened last time. Let's see if they go for it this time. And the Steelers are like, hey, man, we can still take a lead by kicking the field goals. Let's just take the points. You can tell Rodgers is wanting more than that. Chris Broswell. Wait, we got movement before, and this might be on the Steelers. Oh my gosh. How do you have that? A false start on a field goal. All right. Try it again from 5 yards deeper. Snap, hold, kick. Never a doubt about it. About as perfect as it could be. It is 9-7. How's that for a funky score? I think it's time to go to our predictions on this game and see what we predicted here. What was the prediction? Let's view your channel. Let's go live. Week 8 predictions.
Now, Lil E, I believe it was poised that, and some of those are not injury limited. Some of those were just coaching decisions. I'm not really interested in problems because the coach just didn't start the right people. That's on you. Like if it's an injury, that's
Right.
one thing. But the Steelers, they still trying to figure it out defensively. They're not set in stone.
Have a killer instinct, dude. He got
all of the points. The Steelers get the win. This is the way it works. The quarterback that has been on that team for 18 years facing his old team gets the win, unless it's Peyton Manning returning to Indy. Then he just cries the whole game. He can't get anything going. It was too emotional. But Peyton Manning's got, he's got not to say Rodgers doesn't have a great heart, but I feel like Rodgers is a little more cutthroat than Peyton Manning. Like Peyton was overwhelmed by emotion. I think Aaron Rodgers, he says he's sensitive, but I think he's a little more like people call him an asshole. I think that's a necessary trait if you're going to win games like this. You can't get into your feels or you'll end up like Manning in those years where he played the Colts. Mm-hmm. He's got to just kind of the way he's approaching it's just another game is perfect, but it's not. And we all know that. He doesn't need to say it. We know it. And I think the Steelers are going to get the win at home. And I don't think for a second that the Steeler players don't know what this means to Aaron Rodgers.
100%. And similar to Dennis Allen with the Bears against the Saints last week, right? Kevin Byard, who's been in the league for several years as a safety, was like, he never mentioned once about how important this game is. But as a veteran who's been around coaches and the league for so long, we know that it meant something to him. This is why Aaron Rodgers only has one Super Bowl, because he doesn't have a killer instinct, dude. He goes into this game and he's like, it doesn't really mean much. It's not a revenge game. Jordan took every little thing personally and won 6 championships. Tom Brady took everything so seriously and won 7. I think I get where Aaron Rodgers and similar to Peyton Manning or whatever, Ben Roethlisberger, all these guys, I understand that you don't want to hype this up or make it too big, get a little too big for the shoes that you're in this one. Dude, fuck it. Go all in. Take this personally. Remember back to when the Packers were basically like, we got Jordan Love. Fuck you. You're not getting a wide receiver, but Jordan Love is, right? Like, right. Why not?
Yeah.
Like why not get that, that those feelings that you had when you were talking to the media when you were still a Packer, talking about all that and I don't hate Jordan Love. Obviously you probably don't hate him, but you don't like that they didn't go with a wide receiver for you. Get all that, throw that into your game plan, and why not say it to the media? Why not go into it?
I think I know, because remember the way Brett Favre treated Aaron Rodgers? I think some of this has to do with Aaron being like, it's just like the common thing where your dad, maybe went a little too crazy with discipline, physically, and you're like, I'm not going to do that to my kids. Like, I feel like there's a part of this that is like, don't forget the way you felt, the way Brett Favre made you feel, and don't like keep that going. Don't do that to Jordan Love. And
I totally get. I guess what I'm just saying is like,
oh no, I hear what you're saying. Fully.
Yeah, just generate that hate, generate that passion for it. Yes. Like, and maybe he is just saying this to the media, and in the back of his head and in his own mind, he's like, I'm gonna fuck this team up. Fuck the Packers, right? Like maybe that is what it is, but
Brett Favre went to a division rival. He's like, I'm the Steelers. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So why would there be? Because he said, why would this be more? And he's like, because of the Brett Favre. And he's like, Brett Favre went to the Vikings. He's like,
Jets too. Yeah. But, and I totally get that too. I just wish like some of these guys like had a little bit more fire in them when they're facing their old team.
Rick wanting more fire from Aaron Rodgers going into this game. Bad drop right there by Tucker Kraft on National Tight Ends Day. What's blowing more tonight? The refs' whistles or both of these offenses? Oh, man. I don't know yet. But we've seen Green Bay struggle, man. We've seen them struggle. They struggled against the Bengals. They struggled against the Cardinals. That's a really cool statue of Mr. Rogers that I didn't know existed before today. All right, so it looks like Packers offense. It's not going to do anything today. What is this? The Steelers' fifth drive. We're gonna go passing. We're gonna go. Rodgers has 30 yards passing. It ends in a touchdown. We're gonna go. Austin has 5 yards catching. Fiermuth has 5 yards catching. Let's go Jalen Warren and take off Calvin Austin. And then where's my Metcalf? There it is, Metcalf. Drive 5, 15 receiving yards. 40 yards. Boom. What do you mean something went wrong? There we go. All right, so here we go. Aaron Rodgers on his fifth drive, 30 passing yards. The result, offensive touchdown. Pat Fiermuth, 5 yards receiving. Jalen Warren, 5 yards receiving. Metcalf, 15 yards receiving. Let's go. Hey, Woody. Where are you excited? It's about to be halftime. Jalen Warren with 11 yards on first down. Fans are booing the spot. Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at Warren choosing violence at the end of this run. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're a good boy. I'm going to miss that green 19. Green 18. Green 19. Green 19 out. Quick throw. Calvin Austin. Damn it. Should have left Calvin Austin alone. 2 minutes, 25 seconds. All right. It's amazing how fast Rodgers does get that ball out of his hand. And if I were him, it's like anytime a DB is playing back 12 yards off the ball, I'm going to him right away. Kenneth Gainwell trying to get the corner. Wow. And this is crazy. That's the jumbo package that we were just talking about. Buffalo runs the most jumbo. Well, they throw from jumbo more than any team in the league. Let's see. And here's optimum pass run ratio in the NFL. You know, Arthur Smith is going to be a very balanced caller. You know, he loves running the football more than anything. 2019 pass run ratios were 19,717 passing plays to 12,087 running plays. This corresponds to a passing play percentage of 62% and a pass run ratio of 1.63. This is a higher pass run ratio than reported on ProFootballReference.com. Haven't ever gotten around to doing this, but here's why making situational adjustments in EPA per play is probably important. It's rushing EPA per play is very low when teams have a big lead because they aren't necessarily trying to score. Yep. That makes a good point. EPA is expected, the expected amount of yards you're predicted to get on that specific play. So if your EPA is, if you're running, your EPA is 15 yards and you broke a 70-yarder, whose expected yards were 30 and you went for 70 yards, it shows up as like a really awesome thing. But keep in mind, there's a lot of curveballs when you're running a 5-minute offense and you're just running the clock out because you have a 4-possession lead. And then all of a sudden your EPA gets all thrown off all over the place. I think the next major analytical advancement to be made in football is to have a term for, the analytical percentage on only important plays. So garbage time touchdowns, throw it away. Teams just running the clock out, throw it away. Oh, Calvin Austin with a big drop on 2nd and 9. It was a little low, but now it's 3rd and 9. 1:27 left. The Steelers trying to break through here. Rodgers continues throwing short of the sticks on 3rd down. I think it's been like 3rd and 9, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 12. And Rodgers is thrown it like 6 yards in front of it because the pressure is getting to him. So he's throwing the ball short of the sticks. See if Green Bay continues. Yep, they're bringing pressure, and Rodgers just has to throw it. That's pass interference. Good job by Austin there, getting his arms up to draw that. Matt LaFleur, not happy. Man, I would love to be a coach, dude. Every time I see these coaches, Matt LaFleur, Sean Payton, just walking with their little headsets on, I'm just like, damn, does it get any better than that? I mean, you would have to get a crowbar, a pry bar, to pry me out from that job. No wonder Mike Tomlin's been there for 40 years. Here's a handoff, quick throw. And it's going to be good for a gain of 3. Making roasted chicken and veggies to eat when you get hungry later. Here's an egg roll or a snack now, though. Love you. It's the little things. DK Metcalf. Wow, look at him lower that shoulder. Look at him lower that shoulder and say yes to the contact. Wow. Look at this. This is going to be a jump ball to Metcalf, top of the screen. Jump ball to Metcalf, top of the screen. There it is. Oh, fakes the jump ball and runs a slant. Touchdown, Metcalf. Wow. Aaron Rodgers is on the board with a passing touchdown. Everybody's been talking about how bad Aaron Rodgers wants this, and not a lot of attention has been on how bad Matt LaFleur wants this. And I think the Packers about to go down 9 points here. I think you're about to see how bad Matt LaFleur wants to win this. Let's see. 34 seconds. Let's see. Green Bay Packers. Packers. Where's the Packers' next possession? No quick pass available. Why not? Quarter props. Here we go. Second half. Highest scoring half. Winning margin. No, it's so lame that they closed it. I wanted to bet on the Packers getting a field goal. Calvin Austin to have 3 more yards. Rodgers and Jordan Love to both have 1 more passing touchdown. That'll be done. DK is going to have 3 more yards. Done. Tucker Kraft to have 30 more yards in the second half, 20 more yards in the second half. Matthew Golden has -1 yards. Need him to do something. Christian Watson to get 10 yards. Fireman to get 10 yards. Warren to get 5 yards receiving. Overall, it's looking pretty good. You know it's not looking good. Each team to score in all 4 quarters. But if the Packers, I swear, if they come out here, take a knee, and run their happy asses to the locker room, I'm going to be mad. What is this? There we go. Wow. That's not good. Draymond Green is acting on St. Denis Medical. What? Don't forget, next week, Sunday night, we have Sam Darnold in the 5-2 Seahawks taking on Jaden Daniels in the 3-4 Commanders here at Only Football. 34 seconds left in the first half. Jordan Love in shotgun, stepping back, looking, firing. Josh Jacobs there to catch. He's going to pick up 9 yards, get out of bounds, and we know kind of what we're working with Brandon McManus. The accuracy was perfect on his last kick, but the distance was not there. It was so short that I didn't even recognize he was short on that kick. So I would say if it's 55 yards, you Packers are good to go. That would be my line for the rest. I don't know what the wind is looking like, but if there was wind at play, maybe he can kick a 57-yarder going the other way. We'll see. Here's Jordan Love throwing. Caught. Big time catch by Christian Watson. Clock is rolling. That's a catch. That's a catch. Christian Watson, that is a catch. That is a big time catch by Christian Watson. That is a big time play right there. Steelers have scored on every possession, it seems like. Here's Jordan Love looking. Going to give it back to Josh Jacobs. And there's a flag that's going to stop the clock temporarily. And Josh Jacobs not happy with Peyton Wilson's. Jeez, these refs, they're like, well, those that can't do, preach. Oh, wow. Face mask on TJ Watt. And now they're in McManus's range. Let's see. Yeah. Sometimes you wonder if those type of plays happen every single play. And sometimes they get seen, sometimes they don't. That time it does. And it might cost the Steelers 3 points. And I'm just really glad the way Green Bay's playing this. Because it should matter getting it from 9 to 6 points. That should matter. And if they take a knee and run away, look what they would have been giving up. Quick! What are you doing? Oh, Heath. They had Tucker Kraft as well. And they're just going to call their timeout here. And 45-yarder for McManus coming up. Game doesn't feel that different. It just feels exactly the same. These teams have been going back and forth. Field goal, touchdown, field goal, field goal. Chris Collinsworth in the booth saying if they get a field goal, this game feels a lot different. I don't think so. I think it was necessary. I think it's a good thing. I think one possession's awesome, but I don't feel like we're in a different ball game now because of it. Snap, hold, kick is. He's going to miss it. And now Brandon McManus is in his head. Now he's in his head. You frickin' bum. He missed his 57-yard field goal. And, man. Rodgers is like, it's okay. He wasn't a kicker for us when I was there. I can cheer for that. Speaking of, where is Aaron Rodgers' longtime kicker? Ryan Longwell? I'm kidding. You guys know who I'm talking about. Mason Crosby. Where'd Mason Crosby go? Mason Crosby lives in the Nashville area. What? Mason Crosby lives here? I'm looking for a guy that lives in my backyard. Mason Crosby now lives in the Nashville area after retiring from the NFL. Let's see. I'm going to look up where in Nashville he lives. Where in Nashville does Mason Crosby live? I'm going to go ask him if I can interview him. Brentwood, Tennessee. I have a picture of his house. Wow. You guys want to see it? This is where Mason Crosby lives. That's what being a kicker in the NFL gets you. Crosby purchased this house in 2023 for $4.5 million. A 7-bedroom, 11-bath house. Yeah. Liberty Church Trail. Let me see how far that is from me. My location, Liberty Church Trail, Brentwood, Tennessee. Here we go. Yep, that's it. That's Mason Crosby's house. Wait, is it the one? There's only 3. Hold on. If you go to the end, there's a cul-de-sac right here, right? Yep. Okay. So there's the cul-de-sac right there. And then it has this white sidewalk that goes out here. And then it's not the, hold on. It's not, so it's not the first house. It is not this one. It is not the second one. It's not the second one. Hold on. Oh, it is the second one. Does it have a pool in the backyard? With a circle? Is there a tennis court back here to the right? Yep, that's it. Right to the left of that is, okay, that's it. 10004. That's easy to remember. My mom's birthday. It's blurred out, and it's blurred out on Google Maps, so you know that he lives there. All right. How long will it take me to get there? 27 minutes. All right, guys, I will be doing this on the road now. I will be streaming the second half of this game from Mason Crosby's living room. We are going to see how he feels about this game. No doubt he's watching, and we are just going to go get some insights onto his thoughts and feelings on this one. We got Liam in the chat. Liam, how are we feeling about your Steelers? I can't believe we live that close to Mason Crosby. I wonder what's the non-weirdest way. I could just look up local churches in close to this area. Be like, oh, yeah, I'm a big football fan. Actually, I have a podcast I'm trying to grow right now. Do you want to come on it? Let's go. Here's a close. Okay, we got the Governor's Club, a really nice golf course. All right, we can see if he's a member there. That's so crazy that I was just like, what's Mason Crosby up to? And I had the address to his house in less than 5 minutes. I don't know if I like that. I'm not a weirdo. I'm kidding. But there's definitely some weirdos out there. Oh my God, what a homer. Listen to this. First off, what the hell? This guy's trying to give Denver some credit. I'm going to tell you exactly what he says. Ready? Meanwhile, the Broncos, Chris, they've been absolutely unstoppable. They rolled the Cowboys. They have the clutch team. They've lost only 2 games. There are 2 losses. Walk-off losing field goals against the Chargers. The other team I'm forgetting right now, the Colts, with the leverage penalty. How could you forget that? They have the top defense in football. They sack the quarterback better than anyone in the sport. And the top 5 running game. And you know Bo Nix and Sean Payton got that passing game down. I think the Broncos are for real. Then McCourtney goes, I think that's great and all, but Drake May. Like, dude, okay. I want to be as friendly about this as possible. As a guy that actually picked the frickin' Patriots to win 10 games this year and perhaps maybe even win their division, I can go back and play the tape. I spoke this way about the Patriots going in. Partly because I thought Drake May was going to make a big jump, right? Secondly, because I thought Mike Vrabel was going to bring a lot of consistency to the program. Thirdly, because they have the softest schedule I've ever seen, ever, in any year. Let me tell you this schedule. Are you ready? This is who the Patriots have played. The Raiders, the Dolphins, the Steelers, the Panthers, the Bills, the Saints, the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, the Jets, the Bengals, the Giants. Then they have 2 tough games, the Bills and the Ravens, then the Jets and the Dolphins again. How is that possible? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this schedule. This is their whole entire season so far. The Bengals, I'm going to just count easy games, okay? Bengals, Jets. 49ers is a tough game, but they got blown out 30-13, so we'll leave that alone. The Dolphins, they lost that. Okay, no, that was last year. Hold on. 2025. Okay, here we go. Week 1. The Raiders. Okay, they lost. That was an easy game that they lost. So, I don't know. The Dolphins, another easy game. The Steelers, lost to the Steelers, but you could say the Steelers are tough. So, we'll throw that over to the irrelevant. Panthers. The Bills, that was their first big win of the season, and everybody was like, oh my God, the Patriots are absolutely the real deal, even though it's a week-to-week league. And yeah, the Patriots win over the Bills was a big deal, but let's not forget the Bills lost to the Falcons, and the Falcons lost to the Panthers 30-0. So anything can happen. I'm just saying it's just one game. Like, let's not take all of the terrible losses and just throw them away. Like, they lost to the Raiders. That's embarrassing. They lost to the Steelers. That's embarrassing. Not embarrassing, but it's just not like, oh, yeah, this is a for real team. And then they beat the Dolphins, who we think is one of the second or third worst teams in the league. They beat the Panthers, and that's it. And then they got to that Bills game and beat the Bills. And then they had a 3-2 record, with their only wins being against the Dolphins and Panthers. And then they beat the Bills. And credit that win. That was a great win, but it's still just one significant win. And then they played the Saints, and then they played the Titans. By the way, the Saints game, 19-25. The Titans are atrocious. Then they played the Browns. How do you even get this type of a schedule? Saints, Titans, Browns, Falcons, Buccaneers, Jets, Bengals, Giants. Then the Bills again. We'll see where they're at December 14th. The Ravens. Those are 2 tough games. That's it, though. Then the Jets and the Dolphins and the Patriots are done. So the Patriots, they played 3 difficult games this year. 4 difficult games. You know, they've lost 2 of them already. Well, they lost one of their 4 difficult games. One of them was I don't know, the Raiders, they lost that one. That was their only easy game that they lost. So to make it fair, they've only lost one winnable game, but they've only beaten one difficult opponent, which is Buffalo. And I'm not saying that the Patriots aren't a really good team because you can only play your schedule. You can't, the Patriots can't do anything about this, but I'm just saying, why not put it in context and say, I'm sure it is easier for the Patriots to beat up on the Bills and, get that 3-point win when the Bills haven't had the luxury that the Patriots have had. Every single week is like, who are the Patriots going to beat up on now? Is it going to be Cleveland or is it going to be the Dolphins again? Like the Bills, by the time they played that Patriot game, things were way different for them. Like they played the Ravens week 1, and then actually the Bills had a couple easy games themselves. They got the Saints, Dolphins, and Jets. Maybe the AFC East is just a cakewalk this year. I don't know. But I know it's not as easy for the Bills because, look, after this week, the Patriots only have 2 more difficult games, and it's the Bills and the Ravens. That's it. But look at the Bills. They have to play the Chiefs, the Buccaneers, the Texans, the Steelers, the Patriots again, which could be tough, right? The Eagles. That right there is 6 really tough opponents. And then they only have the Browns and the Jets and the Bengals as like winnable games, and the Dolphins. That's it. Today they played a Panthers team that it's like, okay, you're starting to think like the Patriots are legit because look, they're not just beating up on bad teams, they're demolishing them. And we're really just comparing them to Buffalo, but they beat the Panthers 24-6. hold on. They beat them better than that. Let me see Patriots schedule. Patriots beat the Panthers 42-13. 42-13. That's pretty good, right? 42-13. And then today the Bills played and beat them 40-9. So what's better, 42-13 or 40-9? I think it's exactly the same. 42-13. 9. That's 29. And then what is this one? 40-9. That's 31 points. Yeah, so Buffalo beat the Panthers by 31. Patriots beat them by 42-13. No. 31. The Bills won by 31. The Patriots beat the Panthers by 29. Long story short, it's really hard to say like the Patriots are a Super Bowl contender when they've only played one game against a Super Bowl contender. I need to see more. I need to see more. Here's Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers starting with the football here. My boy Matt says, yo, my boy Matt. Tyler's cool with the players like that. Lily in the chat. Yes, you did, brother K. about the Firemouth. Is he okay? No, he's not. Of course, I just bet on him. I just should never. I cannot put a bet in without these guys getting hurt. I swear. It's as soon as I throw it in. I knew it too. As soon as he got hit, I'm like, oh, he's going to be like, oh, my oblique hurts. Look at this. Boom. Gosh. How did I know that was going to happen? As soon as he got hurt. Jeez, he's still down. Well, hope you guys didn't have any bets in for Pat Freiermuth. Hey, he's getting up. Why is he limping like that? Come on, Freiermuth. Get your ass back out there. We got a game to win. Freiermuth's going to be the only thing that didn't hit. All I needed was a couple more things, too. Each team to score in all 4 quarters got ruined because of the missed field goal, too, thanks to Brandon McManus. 3rd and 8. This looks like a free play. Rodgers throwing, and there is no flag. How is that not a free play? Where is the – what? How is that not a free play? Dude, I swear. I thought it was a free play. How is that not a free play? That's not a free play? I don't understand the refs missing this shit. I'm sorry, but how are you missing it when we're standing on? How can they do this? No, they're not allowed to conference and throw it after the. What I think they should be allowed to do this, but when did that become acceptable? When are you allowed to throw a flag that is a pre-snap penalty? Well, then what's the huddle about? That is not good enough. Look, you see what the SEC, it would have been 3rd and 3. That doesn't make any sense, dude. That doesn't make any sense. You see what the SEC does? They actually broadcast their conversations with the refs. So when the refs are huddled up like that, there's a board of people that work for the SEC, and they're circling things on the whiteboard, going, "Yep, I see him here. Yep, okay, so we all agree that that's a catch. Yep. Okay, so the only thing we need to figure out now is where he's going to be marked down by contact. I see a knee down here." That whole thing is being televised, and we all get to watch it. It's a thing of beauty. The ACC has been they've revolutionized the way that we as fans should expect this product. We should come to demand this from, whether it's because of betting or it's because of bad reffing. We should be demanding this level of officiating, and the SEC is giving it to their fans. And I just got to give them a round of applause, the SEC, for being the pioneer of this, because it is not. It's the ACC. It's not the SEC. It's not the NFL, the NBA. It's the freaking ACC saying, if we can do it, anybody can do it. And if you guys haven't watched an ACC game on primetime, do it before the season's over so you can see what I'm talking about. Anyway, I don't understand. They huddle up. You can't throw a penalty that wasn't thrown, a pre-snap penalty, after the play. So I'm curious to know what they were huddling about to begin with. But then they say there is no flag. If there's no flag, then what are you huddling up about? At least they could say there is no flag for roughing the passer. You give us something. But it's just communication. That's all fans are asking for. Just communicate. Here's going to be a fake handoff. Great play fake by Jordan Love, and Aaron Rodgers taught him that. And if you saw, I think it's Quarterback or Hard Knocks, maybe Hard Knocks, but they did this thing where they blacked out the quarterback and they showed play action fakes. They fake it to the running back, and the quarterback really pulls the ball. And they would black the quarterback so you didn't know who it was. And just based on how realistic it looks, you had to guess, like, oh, that's Aaron Rodgers. That's Zach Wilson. And Aaron Rodgers takes a lot of pride in his fakes. And you can see Jordan Love does too. Look at this jump ball. Tucker Kraft. And this is going to be 40. Still on his feet. Staying on his feet all the way down to the 25-yard line. And Tucker Kraft definitely got away with a push-off at the top of the route. Look at this. Patrick Queen lined up in the middle, coming down. They got looks like a bear front. They bring the entire house, and he knows because of the blitz, I got man coverage. I'm going to throw a jump ball to my big tight end. And I guess it wasn't that much of a push-off looking back on it. It was just, yeah, that's a push-off. Tucker Kraft at 108 passing yards now. That's what I'm saying. Oh. All right. So the only thing is information on Pat Freiermuth. Is there any update on Pat Freiermuth? Who knows? Who cares? So we took the band down to Colorado where she took me by the hand. Oh, even in your doubts, it's okay. Take into account that it's all about to change. Who knows? Who cares? All right. Oh, had to get carried off the field. Oh, wow. It was backed up. It was backed up. Now it just fast forwarded. Okay. So it's 4th and 1, and it just jumped me here. He's walking around the sidelines. Okay, good news. Pat Freiermuth walking around the sidelines. He may be back in this game. Fake to Jacobs, Tucker Kraft, and he's going to pick up the first down. And look at that. That's why I wish I would have drafted him. Man, I'm so bummed out about the fact that I screwed up and forgot to change out my quarterback today. Jordan, quick throw. Tucker Kraft. Saved Jordan Love's life right there. Look at him. Look at TJ Watt coming off the edge. Tucker Kraft, he's going to get the chip here. He's supposed to. And he didn't even have the chance to chip him there, but he made himself available at least. And it's like, hey, well, if you can't chip him, you better be available to catch the ball. Tucker Kraft is going to sub himself out for a second. Who's that top of the screen? Quick throw. He's the blocking tight end. Touchdown. Who is Semyon? Who the hell is Semyon? Sevion Williams. I didn't even know about this guy till now. The Steelers have the best uniforms in the NFL. The Steelers have the best uniforms in the NFL. And it's not even close. All right. I'm going to try to post this stream on X saying to come watch. We're going to say, here we go. Share, copy link. We're going to go to X, and we're going to go to Packers Steelers. And then we're going to look at the top post 11 minutes ago. Come watch with us. Here we go. Come watch with us. We're going to post this link a couple places, see if we can get some people in here. MLF. Here we go. Come watch with us. Oh, shoot. Delete. I misspelled. Come watch with us. Boom. Trying to freaking grow. It seems like nobody's even scanning anymore. It's like watching the games is awesome because we get to watch it with our fan base, but like we started live streaming games to grow our audience. And it's like I don't remember in the last 2 years a random person coming into our live stream, which is like really weird and frustrating. Like that's how we got our very first views, where people just like, oh, they're live streaming the game, we're going to come watch. And that hasn't happened in 2 years. Like, when's the last time you've seen a random person that you don't recognize in the chat? posted the link on a couple popular videos, so I'm hoping that maybe somebody will see it and come in and watch the game with us, help us grow the channel. Because, man, it's a lot of hours to put in. I need something back. Brandon McManus still allowed to do kickoffs. Oh, he muffed it. The Steelers muffed it. And now they're going to get – that was terrible camera angle. Micah Parsons. I got to say, Aaron Rodgers has been doing a great job today getting the ball out of his hands, not letting Micah Parsons disrupt him. I mean, people don't realize, like, just because Micah doesn't have a sack doesn't mean he's not heavily involved in this game. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is throwing the ball to avoid a sack. That's resulting in hurried throws. That is still making a big impact on the game. Here we go. Quick throw, DK Metcalf, all the way to midfield. DK Metcalf. Here we go. And Crafty said, F you, remove those Guardian helmets. You will find the players actually have giant Krang brains underneath. Dang. And Crafty just coming out saying, F you. I'm just kidding. I know what you meant. Crafty meant, he meant if you remove those Guardian helmets. Why is it so laggy? How is this at a commercial break? Here we go. Uh-oh. Free ball on the ground. And it's going to be? Rodgers is saying it was a forward pass. Green Bay ball. Come on. My screen's frozen. All right. All right, so no, this is going to come back as an incomplete pass. This is coming back, and it's going to be ruled incomplete. And the Steelers, Mike Tomlin's going, what the hell? Now there's both teams fighting. The refs have to come on the intercom and say, both teams get back to your sideline. The Steelers' defense is out on the field. There's an expedited replay pending. Rodgers is chirping at the ref. Now they're calling it incomplete. The Steelers' defense coming off the field, offense coming back on. And that was a lot for an incomplete pass. 6 minutes, 21 seconds left. Aaron Rodgers giving credit to Chris Collinsworth. I always mix up Colin Coward with Chris Collinsworth, but Chris Collinsworth giving credit to Aaron Rodgers for knowing that his running back was in the area. And that was definitely a little too close for comfort for Steeler fans. In and out of the hands of Calvin Austin. Can I say something, too, about Aaron Rodgers? I picked the Steelers to win. I picked the Steelers to win the North. And I thought, man, if the Steelers can go 10-2 with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, imagine what they can do with Aaron Rodgers. And I still have that same belief. But Aaron Rodgers is clearly not the player he was. Like, he looks like an old man out there. Like, it's something that I've never really verbalized, but he's just kind of slower. He's just like, doesn't move his body as well. His balls are he can still throw a pretty ball. I'll give him that. The Hail Mary pass attempt last week was the furthest attempt in the league for a while. But here, look at this is 2022. Just look at Aaron Rodgers. Look at this. Now they're showing you the way he sounds, but watch the way he moves. All right, that was the worst example possible because that was his best throw of the game, maybe, but you guys see it. Surely you see it. Like, and it's like, yeah, that's not really a profound thought. The 40-year-old lost his step. It's just, I don't know. Like, last year it was hard to tell. Like, okay, how much of this is just the Jets are a terrible organization? But I think this year, like, I think last year he even looked, I don't know, he looked better. Like, the Steelers are just a better overall team. So I think the Steelers can hide Aaron Rodgers' deficiencies. I think that's a big reason Rodgers chose the Steelers was like, I want to go to a team that can cover up my deficiencies, not exploit them. Like Peyton Manning, at the most vulnerable part of his career, the guy couldn't complete a 30-yard pass. I mean, people don't realize how bad it was. Week 17, the Broncos were playing the Chargers. Manning was our backup, and he didn't even have an injury. He wasn't even on the injury report. He was just not better than Brock Osweiler, so he wasn't starting. If Brock Osweiler doesn't throw 3 interceptions in the first half, Peyton Manning doesn't come in, win that Chargers game, and go on a playoff run and win the Super Bowl. People forget how unlikely. All they remember is they had a good defense, but they don't understand how unlikely. That was the unlikeliest of years Manning would have won out of those 4. But the defense, it took a big blanket and it covered up all of the inequities, all of the insufficiencies, all of the mistakes and blemishes that would normally be glaring. Ha ha! Look at Peyton Manning. His arm is a noodle and he can't throw the ball 30 yards downfield. Instead, we were watching Von Miller strip sack Cam Newton 3 times in the Super Bowl. And I think Aaron Rodgers realizing, hey, I'm getting to the part of my career where I'm going to need to go to a team if I want to play one more year and have a real Super Bowl chance. I need to go to a team that doesn't need me to be a hero, but can be a hero all around me. I need heroes everywhere. I need a TJ Watt hero. I need a Jalen Ramsey hero. I need a DK Metcalf hero. I need a Mike Tomlin hero instead of, what he did his whole career was, hey, don't worry about drafting a wide receiver in the first round. I'll make it work. I'll make it happen. I'll win MVP for the second consecutive season. And that's just not where Rodgers is at. And I think it's working because nobody's really talking about Rodgers doesn't look that great this year. No one's talking about it. The Steelers are 4-2, and as much as Rodgers is, not great this year, is not really a true headline. Like when you're winning, there's no reason to talk about that. But if the Steelers were losing, I think that we would be having a more honest conversation about where Aaron Rodgers is at right now. And I'm like a huge fan of his. I truly want the guy to be successful and do well this year. I wish he didn't. I wish he looked a little bit better. And it might just be his helmet. Like they're making him wear a different helmet. It's the first time where his helmet is actually banned from the NFL. And maybe that's all it is. I just can't put my finger on it, but something just looks off. And it's more than, he's not in a Packer uniform. Crafty says Chris Boswell has carried the Steelers offense tonight. Yeah, and think about it, other games as well. Other games as well. All right. So the Steelers get 3. It's 19-16. Green Bay brings Emmanuel Wilson in the game, fakes the handoff. Jordan Love rolling, and that's just great. Look, this is probably the play of the game for Jordan Love. Now, this play is not going to jump off the screen, but look at Jordan Love on this play. I mean, he fakes the handoff, pressure's in his face, he buys time rolling to his right, throws off of his back leg, and ends up getting a 15-yard gain. That is an elite level throw. That is like not many quarterbacks turn that into that. Wow. That was incredible. Here's a handoff. Emmanuel Wilson going to pick up a couple here. Ooh. And Elliott, who was a part of that tackle on Tucker Kraft after the big play, he will not return in this game. He was in so much pain. He was yelling out in frustration. Tough loss for this guy who lost more than just this game. Looks like his season is gone. You can tell when they get really mad. Malik Heath picks up the first down. It's time to update the ticker. This is fun, man. This is fun. This is the part of the game where it's like, all right, Jordan Love's coming out here, and he's like, yeah, but look what I can do. And I mentioned it. The way that Aaron Rodgers looks at this point in his career, this is an opportunity for Jordan Love to show Aaron Rodgers in real life, standing right across the field. There's a difference between where you're at and where I'm at. And I know you know, but I want to see your face when you see it again. And that in itself, right? I don't know what type of energy that's going to pull out of Aaron Rodgers, But if Aaron Rodgers, if there's one game where he's going to go back and play like his MVP self, it's going to be in the fourth quarter of this game. I always call it the you can't beat up your dad effect. There's certain people in your life that they just psychologically cannot lose to you. I made up my mind. It's Tony Robbins says there's nothing more important in life than your identity. If you identify as an athlete, then as soon as you see yourself getting out of shape, you're going to be so uncomfortable because you won't even recognize the person that's looking back at you. You'll say, who am I? I'm lost. And you'll become obsessed with regaining whatever it was that you lost if, you can't run and throw anymore. Aaron Rodgers psychologically has to be better than Jordan Love tonight. He said it was just another game. There's no way. And if Jordan Love gets the go-ahead touchdown to make it 21-19 on this drive, I expect an Aaron Rodgers to be unleashed that defies everything we understand, right? It's like momentum. Well, what is it? I don't know. But when you feel it. And science, you can't measure it. You know what I mean? It's just it's something that you feel. It's an energy. What Aaron Rodgers we get in the fourth quarter, I believe, is going to be something that can't be quantified, can't be measured. It can only be seen and felt. And I think that's what we're in for in this fourth quarter. Because of something as simple as I cannot get beat by Jordan Love and the Packers. I can't let it happen. And this is where Aaron Rodgers wants his defense to help him out. Hey, why don't you just get him off the field on 3rd and 7? Jordan Love rolling back of the screen, going deep downfield. Caught Christian Watson. It looked like it was going to be an easy interception, and it sailed over the head of the cornerback for the Steelers. Jordan Love, there's a flag. Jordan Love signaling that it's on the Steelers. Before the pass was thrown, holding defense. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this throw. This is about a centimeter away from being a great throw to a dumb, reckless throw. And, man, you talk about body position. Look at number 22. He turns his back so early. If he would have continued to play the ball and turn his back a second later, he could have made a play on the ball. But he turns his back way too early and resorts to backpedaling, just not in good position. And we're going to go to the fourth quarter like that. Put your fours up, baby. Put your fours up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the fourth quarter here in Pittsburgh. What a fourth quarter this has been. I mean, the second half this has been. Man, this game has been everything it was advertised to be. It really has, man. This is exactly how I thought this was going to go. And I was trying to see actually what my prediction was on this game when I pulled it up earlier. What was my official prediction? Banners, media, what was it? Background? Yeah. Add files, screenshot. Here we go. What's happening? Snap your bangles. Do you step? You can beat the Jets by yourself. Let me see you do it. Do you step? You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it. Beat the Bengals. Do it, do it, do it. Don't drop with it. Beat. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sunday Night Football here as we go into the fourth quarter. Let me know in the chat, who do you guys have winning this game? Don't just give me a winner. Give me a score with a winner. I need a winner and a score. Don't forget to hit the like button on this video and share it with your family and friends. Let's get it popping in here. Let's get it popping in here. First play of the fourth quarter underway. Look at that man right there. You see that patch on his left side? That is for winning Walter Payton Man of the Year. That is Hayward. That is a tough award to win. And here we go. 15 minutes to go. And it's going to be a handoff. Jacobs, he's going to walk in. Touchdown. Touchdown, Packers. And they're going to go for 2. They're going to go for 2 here to make it a 3-point game. Hi, Woody. Come here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Woody. Wide open Romeo Doubs. Wide open. Not the farmer's dog. Not the farmer's dog, Woody. Not the farmer's dog. Because you're the farmer's dog. You're the farmer's dog. We are farmers. We 2 to 19, and we are in for a game. We are in for a hell of a fourth quarter. Hell of a fourth quarter underway here. And it is time to update the ticker because of Romeo Doubs and Josh Jacobs. There we go. There we go. And we got user 6554. It's Dalton and Jen. Go Pack Go. Hell yeah. We got Dalton and Jen in the chat. What's up? Big fourth quarter underway. Aaron Rodgers goes down, first sack of the game. And Micah Parsons hits them with The Curly Lambeau statue. Why? Because Curly Lambeau unretired number 1 for Micah Parsons, so Micah Parsons could wear it. And Micah sacking perhaps the second greatest Aaron Rodgers Packer of all time. Hits him, sacks him, takes him down. And to celebrate the takedown of a historic Green Bay Packer, he throws up the Curly Lambeau to the greatest of all time. You can't make this stuff up. Second down, Rodgers throwing incomplete. Remember, Pat Freiermuth still out, not in the game. Micah Parsons was chasing Rodgers that time. And good God, could you even script this up any better? Look at Parsons. You got Jones working on Parsons at the top of the screen. And Rodgers, he knew. Exchanging some words. Look at Aaron Rodgers, man. He looks like he's just having a good time out there. That's really what I wanted to see. We'll talk about that in a second. And the Steelers are just kind of throw up the white flag on this drive and say, we'll trust our defense or maybe get a penalty here. And we might get a penalty. Hold on. And we are going to keep it clean without any laundry here. Aaron Rodgers, his last 2 seasons post Green Bay, his first season, could it have been any sadder? I mean, the guy runs out week 1 with the American flag in New York, the biggest stage in the United States, perhaps the world. Aaron Rodgers expected to bring a Super Bowl to a team that's filled with talent, and he tears his Achilles on the 3rd play of the game, done for the year. It's horrific stuff. It's terrible. And then now there's a full-on fight. And this is the fight that's been boiling for a while. And now a ref just got thrown down. And that'll stop a fight really quick. Yeah, this is definitely going to take a minute to work out. But Rodgers going down that way. And then last year, you realize how dysfunctional the Jets are, because look at all of the different coaches that have been there, the players, their dysfunction, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, and the instigator is going to be the kicking team, which is going to be the Steelers. Yep, good call. He threw that Green Bay Packer right there. But then last year, football with the Jets last year was not fun. They weren't winning. Their head coach got fired mid-season. Nothing was working. People were blaming Aaron Rodgers. And then the Jets hire this new head coach, right, in Aaron Glenn from Detroit. Aaron Glenn takes over the job. Aaron Rodgers is still technically a Jet. And Aaron Rodgers is in California. And the Jets say, okay, we're going to have a meeting to discuss your future with the Jets. Aaron Rodgers flies his ass from California to New York. 20 seconds into the meeting, they say, do you want to be a Jet? And he's like, yeah, I'm open to the possibility. And then they go, well, we've moved on. And Aaron's like, that's fine, but why did you have me fly across the country to do that's just I'm a veteran in this league. There's a certain level of respect that I demand when dealing with you just don't do that to veterans. You wouldn't do it to Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. You don't do it to me. You don't do it to Drew Brees. That's just not how this league works. And you double that with Aaron Glenn was a rookie head coach. And it's bro, know your place. That's some rookie head coach bullshit that you just pulled. And Aaron Rodgers, takes some time to decide what he's going to do, because now he's not with the Jets. And I think Aaron Rodgers made it perfectly clear that his final season with the Steelers was about one thing: enjoyment of this game. He didn't feel like he was having fun for the last couple of years, and He wanted to go back to having fun playing football. And when I see him out there smiling and talking with Micah Parsons, I know that Aaron Rodgers is in a good place. All right. Crafty in the chat. And Rodgers with the sack lunch. Num, num, num. Steelers are such a disgusting team. Whoa, Crafty. Crafty just going straight for the racism. I'm just kidding. Just like, dude, the Steelers are being disgusting. They are just classless dirt. Like, whoa. All right. Somebody, so we got a Ravens fan in the chat or a Browns fan. Look at this run. That's not how you do it. You cannot just hand the ball off. All right. Well, here's the deal. I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. The Packers are in field goal range. McManus has missed 2 field goals. So nothing is a guarantee on the road when you have a kicker psychologically already battling that. So the Packers don't want to kick a field goal. They want the touchdown for the 2-possession lead. For the Steelers, it's just bend but don't break. You can do anything besides give up a touchdown. Here we go. Quick throw to Emmanuel Wilson, who's running the football. That shouldn't be a flag. That shouldn't be a flag. Hey, keep your panties on. Relax. The physical game. That one looked like a little bit of theatrics there from Emmanuel Wilson. 2nd and 7. Not terrible for the Steelers. Steelers trying to get a stop here. A lifetime to go in this game, by the way. 11:30. This game does feel like the second half is taking its sweet time. First half went by pretty quick. 3rd down here. And now we got an injured Green Bay, which is part of the reason, an injured Green Bay Packer, which is part of the reason why the second half has been going at the speed it is because there's been injuries. That is, I think, the 3rd or 4th injury here just in the second half. Now the Steelers defensively, when it comes to stopping the run, they're 18th, giving up 115.8 rushing yards per game. Green Bay's 3rd. They're giving up less than 80. So that's important for 2 reasons. One, these 2 teams are I think they're like the inverse of each other in a way. I think the Packers are the better team because they have, better running back, but I think then the Steelers have the better wide receiver in DK Metcalf. Packers don't have a DK Metcalf. They have some good weapons, but they don't have a DK. But these teams are very similar in how they come into the game. Strategically, they want to be balanced. Their perfect game plan is 20 passes and 20 runs. Here's a quick throw to Tucker Kraft, and Tucker Kraft on National Tight Ends Day will go in for the one thing the Steelers couldn't allow, a touchdown. And this is now going to be difficult for the Steelers, but don't put it past Rodgers. I mentioned that animal awaking. That you can't beat up your big brother. You can't punch your dad in the face, and Aaron Rodgers is not going to go. He is not going to go. if you thought Aaron Rodgers was going to go gentle into that dark night, you are wrong about that. He will rage against the dying of the light. And Aaron Rodgers straps his newly acquired hat back on, strap the chin strap up, and see if he can go out there, get a quick touchdown, and get it down to a 3-point game. This is going to be a game. But man, it's just watching the Steelers offensively kind of sucks, right? I mean, it's kind of gross. Like with the Packers, at least you understand what they're doing. And I the last 2 years I've been saying the Packers are the most balanced team in the league. Matt LaFleur is not an exciting head coach. If you want Dan Campbell is the exact opposite of Matt LaFleur. And I like Dan Campbell. But it is necessary to be a Matt LaFleur, right? And they're just different styles, but like they're going to do a lot of crazy shit over there in Detroit. Matt LaFleur is going to run the football 20 times. He's going to pass it 20 times. There's going to be a great balance. They're going to kick the field goal on every 4th and 2. They're not going to go for it unless it is like egregiously important and obvious. And that's just the way that they do things in Green Bay. But the only way you can actually be a very balanced team is if you run the football extremely well and you can pass the football extremely well. You have to be able to do both. What do you think's going so well in Indianapolis right now? They got the best running back in the league in Jonathan Taylor and Daniel Jones with Tyler Warren and Mitchell and all these other weapons that they have getting involved with Ali Cox and Michael Pittman Jr. It's going so well because they're so balanced, and that's why they're top 10, top 7 in rushing and passing yards. When you look at rushing attempts per game, okay, Green Bay's 3rd in the NFL, but they're really tied with Carolina, 29.5. Detroit is 2nd, 29.6, so they're about the same. And Buffalo's at 31.6. So it's really Buffalo, Green Bay, okay? Buffalo, Green Bay. But now look, if I take you to passing attempts per game, Buffalo is 27th in the league, 29 passing attempts per game, okay? Green Bay, 23rd in the league. So Green Bay is going 29.3 versus Buffalo's 29.0. It's very, very similar to Ken Dorsey. Ken Dorsey, Arthur Smith. These guys want to run and pass exactly 50-50. But you go into this game going, okay, both teams are going to want to run and pass. Who's going to have more success? And like when Green Bay's 3rd in the league at stopping the run, I mean, you're like, okay, well, the Steelers aren't going to be able to run. And then the Steelers are freaking 115 or 18th in stopping the run. So it's like there was mismatches right away. It's like both teams want to run, but only one team's going to be able to. And it's going to be the Packers. And you see the Steelers continue to try to run. They're trying to do it. There's not that much there. But the problem is, if the Steelers abandon the run, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have he can't put the team on his back and deal with this pass rush. The only way to slow the pass rush is to have a running game. So it feels like if the Steelers don't find a way to run against this elite running defense, all hope is going to be lost. And that's a really good start with Jaylen Warren picking up a hard-fought 5 yards. Total offense in yard per game. Late flags thrown. Green Bay's 14th in the NFL. That's 2 spots away from being the definition of mediocre. mediocre. Green Bay, 343 yards per game. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're 25th. That's not good. Oh, my gosh. And an offensive penalty, number 34 for the Steelers. And the offensive penalties do not help.
Backing up. Backing up. Backing up. Backing up.
Well, you backed up.
So now it's going to be 3rd and 17 on a gotta-have-it type of a drive. And it looks like they're going to have to punt it again and just hope their defense can get a quick stop. Because with 10 minutes in the ball game, it's surely not 4-down territory. But you got to just throw it up to DK Metcalf here. You got to throw it up to DK. And Aaron Rodgers, he's just trying to keep the play alive, and he goes down for a sack lunch. Num, num, num. And now here comes Green Bay with a chance to put it away. And this is just bad for Aaron Rodgers, man. You can tell Rodgers wants this, man, and he's trying a pump fake. He just looks like that 40-year-old that's playing flag football. That's like, it's just not looking good. You just passed his prime. And the Steelers are going to need to make a play defensively. They can't be the 18th best rushing defense in the NFL anymore. Matt LaFleur is going to run the ball on 1st down, on 2nd down. He's going to try to drain the hell out of the clock. And this is the problem with being a shitty run defense, is the Packers can keep picking up 1st downs on the ground, and the Steelers will be lucky to see the ball one time. This is when your guy, TJ Watt, Defensive Player of the Year, this is when he comes into play. He signed a $123 million extension, making $41 million a year for 3 years. This is when he needs to make his presence felt. TJ Watt, we say, is good for, honestly, like 1 to 3 wins per season. Just TJ Watt, which is incredible. It's about the biggest impact of any player I have in the league, because he gets batted balls, he gets turnovers, he gets fumbles. He usually forces and recovers the same fumble. He needs to steal a possession. And it just happens to be that this is when TJ Watt rises to the occasion. And I'm sure Matt LaFleur had this part of the game circled, like, hey, this is the part of the game where we need to make sure we're getting a chip and 2 linemen on TJ Watt. Do not let him come in and give the Steelers an extra life when we got them on the door of defeat. And Lily said the game is over. It is not over. Dude, I just saw my team score 33 points in the 4th quarter. If there's one thing, like, if you're going to be a good fan, you're going to not talk like that. Because if you're going to celebrate when they win, then you need to be optimistic when they're losing. You can't just be crapping on your team when they're down 10 points with 10 minutes left in the game. Like, come on. Have some faith. Gosh. Have the ability to endure a little adversity without just saying that it's over. It's not over yet. Obviously, there's 9 minutes left, and it's a 10-point game. You're Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love throwing downfield, and this is a very similar situation to before, where the Steelers can give up the field goal, they just can't give up the touchdown. Keep it a 2-possession game. Tucker Kraft, 131 yards. Metcalf decided that this was the perfect time to poke a player in the eye. Did he really? Fuck the refs and fuck the Steelers. Refs fucked us of a win. Are you guys like 4 minutes ahead of me or something? I'm at 8 minutes right now. Am I the only one that's at 8 minutes? Knowing the Steelers' history, they'll probably demolish the Colts next week with the Packers in the red zone. I don't know. I'm at 7 minutes and 50 seconds right now. So unless you guys are like 5 minutes ahead of me, like this Packers, they're in the red zone. A field goal doesn't matter. It's a 2-possession game if the Packers get a field goal. The Steelers just need to get a stop. When it comes to the Packers scoring a touchdown, they got to stop them from scoring a touchdown. But they haven't even scored a touchdown yet. So how can you be saying it's over? Like if they score a touchdown, you're like, see, I told you it's over. But if they didn't score a touchdown, like then it's not over. So it's like, why choose to believe the worst in your team when you could believe that they'll come back? Think about it. Like, how are you a fan if you don't even trust these guys? You have to suppress that little voice telling you to just give up and quit because it's over. Because what if? Well, you know what my favorite part of last week was? It's 26-0 in the fourth quarter, right? We win the game. And Bo Nix, after the game, he gets a microphone in his face, and he goes, well, first off, I feel bad for, half the fans who left. And I'm like, dude, I don't. Sorry, but if you're going to walk out on your team, you don't deserve to be a part of the comeback when it happens. I'm not even saying the Steelers are going to come back in this game, and maybe 14 out of 15 times they don't. But that one time that they do is worth you saying, is that 1 out of 15 right now? You don't know. You don't know. How many weird comebacks have we seen this year? I mean, the first game we streamed of the year was the Ravens and the Bills. And the Bills came back down 16 points in the final 4 minutes. I just don't know what it's going to take for people to realize a game's not over till it's over. Now an incompletion stops the clock, sets up a third down. That's a great play right there for the Steelers. 6:47 on your screen at 10:06. So that was 2 minutes ago. Okay, right about, I'm going to tell you exactly where I'm at. And then as soon as you hear me tell you a time, type your time. As soon as I give you my time, type your time. 5:36. 5:36. Okay, type your time as soon as you can. 5:36. We'll see how many seconds delayed we are. 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically, you should be at 5:36 as well. And another incompletion is going to stop the clock. There you go. You get a field goal. See? It's a 2-possession game with 5:30 left, and the Steelers have all 3 timeouts. We got a ball game. Man. I guess it just depends how much you care. At the end of the day, I think that's the underlying factor of how much you Like if you care, like, no, I care about this more than anything in the world, you're going to hang on to, even if there's like 1% chance, you're going to hang on to that hope surely because of how much you care, right? It's like if somebody that I love dearly who is, dying of a disease in the hospital, and there was a 1% chance that they live, I wouldn't just be like, well, that's it, they're dead. Well, oh well, it was fun while it lasted. You're going to be like, you're going to be trying to intervene supernaturally. Like you're going to do whatever you can. You're not going to give up until there is no other option because you lost. It's over. The onside kick was recovered by the Packers. Like that moment where the final nail, boom, that moment because it sucks. You hold your breath and you hope, and then it's like they didn't recover the onside kick. Their comeback attempt fell short. We see it every week. The team gets a couple touchdowns. All of a sudden, you're like, uh-oh. I mean, just look at the freaking Jets today. Who would have thought the Jets were going to win that game? But ultimately, I think it's just like if you half-heartedly care about something, you're going to have no problem being like, yeah, it's over. The chances are we're going to lose, so might as well just accept it now. But if it's a deep, deep passion, like, man, that's where fan denial and hopium, that's where all this stuff is born. Fans are not logical. They're special. They believe in miracles. They believe in superstitions. And they believe that anything's possible all the way till the end. And that's why Modelo is the official beer of the NFL. I can't wait for the Steelers to win just so I can be like, Crafty, I told you. All right. So the Steelers have 2 timeouts. They need to score a touchdown with 3 minutes left. Okay, 3 minutes has to be left on the clock. Ideally, then you can use your 2 timeouts, save the 2-minute warning, and you got to get a 3 and out. You can kick it off normally. Okay, that gives you a minute and 37 seconds here, or a minute and 17 seconds. Honestly, that incompletion's probably a good thing because they would have gained 3 yards and lost 30 seconds. Now, Aaron Rodgers is slow, and we've been talking about it. We're going to need Aaron Rodgers to operate this hurry-up offense at a fast speed. And that's not going to cut it. Let's see whose ball it is. I was just about to say, like, that's not going to cut it. Good. Well, for now, they're saying it's Packers ball. What are you guys doing throwing the ball, this dink and dunk offense? You got to push the ball down the field. $19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 22, 23, 20, 32, 33, 34, 35. So if they hold it to 3, it's still a 2-possession game. But now they have to use their timeouts. And I don't understand why Aaron Rodgers is throwing 4 yards downfield. Like, push the ball downfield. Would it kill you to take a shot? And then here is that running defense, which I told you, it's a nightmare whenever you can just run for 10 yards a pop, when the Steelers have one job out there to stop the run, and they still can't stop the run. This has been a problem all year. This is why the Steelers are 18th in the NFL, 115 rushing yards allowed per game. And it sucks too, because like this was a good opportunity for the Steelers after losing a disappointing game against the Bengals to get back on the big stage on primetime, show the world what they're about, and they just can't get a stop on defense. And they're not even running with Josh Jacobs. Look at the Packers' upcoming schedule. They got the Panthers, then they play the Eagles and Giants. Those are tough. And the Vikings, Lions, Bears. I mean, I don't know. I could see them going 4-2 in that stretch. And if they go 4-2 in that stretch, what would their record be? What would it be? 9-4, something like that. 10-3. What's the Packers' schedule right now? 4-1-1. They only have one loss, so they're going to go to 5-1-1. It feels like the Packers have lost more than one game. I think it's just because they've been playing really close ball games with clubs. Here's a handoff, and here's going to be the final timeout. And watch the naked bootleg here. Watch. You're going to need gap integrity. Steelers gap integrity. They have the Colts, then they have the Chargers, and they played the Colts in Pittsburgh. That means Pittsburgh's going to be an underdog at home, which is crazy because Mike Tomlin's the most profitable coach in the league as an underdog at home. Here's the naked bootleg. Love rolling out, looking, throws it into the ground, incomplete, and it stops the clock. In Love, you got to be smarter than that. Why don't you just slide down? Why don't you just take a knee? Give yourself up. Clock runs all the way down to 3:20. See, those are the type of mistakes that they can end up costing you the game. And you can see it in Matt LaFleur's face. He knows it. He knows it. And look at all the Steeler fans that left. A 2-possession game with 4 minutes left. Unbelievable. Matthew Golden, only 4 receiving yards in this game. All right. Well, we're going to have to take a shot here. We're going to have to take a shot here. Here we go. Quick throw. Caught. Austin on the sideline. That's what I wanted to see on the last drive. Here we go. Aaron Rodgers. Quick throw. Roman Wilson gets out of bounds. First down. Here we go. Now, that fumble by Gainwell was huge, but if they can score, how much time do you need to be left on the clock for a team with no timeouts to get the ball back if a team runs it 3 times in a row? First play, 30 to 35 seconds. Second play, 30 to 35 seconds. Third play, 30 to 35 seconds. A team with no timeouts needs approximately 100 to 120 seconds, roughly 2 minutes left on the clock to get the ball back after an opponent runs 3 plays in a row. But if the Steelers can score with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, now add in the 2-minute warning. So if they can score with 2:45, they got to take a shot. There we go. Where? Oh, he dropped it at the last second. Dude, how many times today have the Steelers been right there with these amazing catches and then they just drop them? Whether it's DK Metcalf, Johnny Smith, Austin. Run a QB draw with Aaron Rodgers. There it is. DK Metcalf, first down. Got to go quick. Take a shot to Metcalf. Take a deep shot to Metcalf. Here we go. There's Fearmouth. Gotta go. Come on. Let's go. 250, 249, 248, 247. Come on. Get fucking set, dude. Take a shot. Caught on the 20. Here we go. I don't like the speed and the urgency. I want it faster. 220, 219, 218, 217. Gotta go. Gotta score before the 2-minute warning. There it is. Touchdown. They're going to say he didn't complete the catch. We need to take another look at that. That's a touchdown. No, that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. 1, 2, 3. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown, baby. I told you, they are going to make this a game, and they just did it. Touchdown. Told you. Look at that. Aaron Rodgers keeping his head downfield, keeping the play alive, throwing a good pass. 2-point conversion here. Watch Jonnu Smith. Oh, and a late flag comes out, and it's going to give the Steelers new life. It's going to be on Green Bay. That would have been game. But the pass interference call is going to give the Steelers a chance. Why don't you throw that to Freiermuth? He's wide open. Look, if he throws that ball to Freiermuth, that's a 2-point conversion. Green Bay looks confused defensively. They got it. No, now they're going to say incomplete. No, they got to review this. Let's see. Right there. That's a catch. That's a catch. Why does he need to take an additional step when he has control in the end zone? Right. So Pittsburgh's going to declare an onside kick here. Ball. Oh, a good pop-up in the air. And now the Packers will run their first play. It'll go to 2 minutes. They'll run a second play. It'll go to 1:25. Then on third down, it'll go to 40 seconds, and they'll punt it. 27 years old in 1 week. Bart Starr won his first Super Bowl at 27. Brett Favre won his first Super Bowl at 27. Aaron Rodgers won his first Super Bowl at 27 years old. Was he dinged up before the 2-minute warning? All right, now Green Bay is going to call timeout. Why? Here we go. Handoff. Third down. So this one's going to go down to here we go. Handoff. First down. Man. At the end of the day, man, the Steelers scored 25 points and their defense gave up 35 points. Now, this is why things are really weird right now for this defense. I don't know what's going on, and I'm looking at the last-minute handshake. Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, and we're going to get a picture of this right here. Man, this might be that mid-season game that Aaron Rodgers if you're a Steelers fan, that you want Aaron Rodgers to have. What the frick? Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love are supposed to trade jerseys, and Aaron Rodgers just midfield right now, shaking hands with his ex-teammates. Ginger with a fiver. Been here listening the whole time, just chilling. Good stream, sir. Go Colts. Long live Bill. Love you, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat. And thanks for keeping me on the airways. Aaron Rodgers, man. I think this is an important one, and I'll just roll into the recap here. Obviously, a disappointing win for Steeler fans. They just came off of a disappointing loss Thursday night, and they had extra time to prepare for this game. And unfortunately, the flaws that we saw from the Steelers 10 days ago, which led to Joe Flacco being able to drop 33 on their head, a game where Jamar Chase had 161 yards and a touchdown. You started wondering, like, oh, there's some real things to be concerned about within the Steelers. And it doesn't have to do with the offense, which is weird because that has kind of been their thing the last couple of years is, wow, the defense is great if they could just get an offense. I mean, you got a Steelers team who, in their last 2 games, right, they've scored 56 points, and they went 0-2, okay? I'm going to make a note of that right now. They've scored 56 points, and they're 0-2. That is because the Steelers defensively have given up 68 points. They've given up 68 points in their last 2 games, which is an average of 32, about 32 and, almost 33 points. See, 34 points. The Steelers have given up 34 points per game in their last 2. And if you looked up opponent points per game, right, the worst team in the league is Cincinnati. And they give up 31.6. That's 32nd. The 31st worst team is Dallas. They're giving up 31.3. Baltimore is 30th. They give up 30.0. So then you have the Steelers in their last 2. 34 points per game. It's the worst in the NFL. Their defense is the worst in the NFL over the last 2 games. Okay? Total offense, yards per game. Let's see, the Steelers defense. Let's see, where's Pittsburgh? Here it is, 297 yards. But let's see, let's look at their last one. 396 yards to Cincinnati. And let me just double check that the Bengals-Steelers game. Let's go team stats, total yards. Bengals. The Bengals had 470 yards. So that 396 must be today. Let's go team stats, total yards. No, hold on. 454 total yards. How is I don't get it. When I look it up, it says that the Steelers last game they gave up 396 yards. But when I click on the Bengals and go to team stats, the Bengals had 470 yards of offense. 328 yards passing, 142 rushing. So that equals 470. So how is it that they're saying they only gave up 396 yards? You know what I mean? Look, And maybe I'm missing something, so maybe you can help me. But look, this is let me see. Okay, see, this is yards per game. Okay, here's Pittsburgh. Okay, this is their average on the season. This is their last 3, and this is their last 1. Okay, so their last 1, Pittsburgh, 396 yards. Okay, well, when I go here, okay, 470 total yards of offense. So where does the 396 come from? Unless it was the week before. Let's see. Team stats. No, it's not. So how could a team give up yards that is not because of the defense? You know what I mean? Because this is NFL team yards per game. Oh, okay. So this is how many yards they are scoring per game. Okay. So Pittsburgh 396. That should be how many yards they had. Yes, 396. Okay. So this is going to be much more egregious then. Okay. So they gave up 470 yards to Cincinnati. Okay. And then today against the Green Bay Packers, they gave up 454 yards. Oh, wow. Wow. 1,200. 1,024. Wait, 470. 400 plus 400 is 800. 70 plus 50, that's 900 with 24 left over. So 924 yards. Okay, so we already established that the Pittsburgh Steelers have given up 34 points per game in their last 2. And now we've established they've given up 924 yards in their last 2, which would be 4, 12, 6, 2, 462 yards per game. Okay, so that's what I wanted, okay? So in the Steelers' last 2 games, they've given up 34 points per game, which would be the worst in the NFL by far. 32nd ranked Bengals only give up 31.6. And they've given up in those 2 games 462 yards per game. A total of 924 yards in those 2 games. Now, if you were to look up opponent yards per game and see where that ranks, all right, the Bengals are the worst in the league. They give up 407 yards per game. 407. And right now, the Steelers are giving up 462 yards per game. Guys, I'm trying to make something perfectly clear. The Bengals are the worst in the league. You're at 407. The Steelers are at 462. That means 3 plus 50, that's 53, 54, 55. The Steelers are giving up, on average, 55 more yards than the worst defense in the league. Wow. Steelers giving up 55 more yards per game than league worst Bengals, who give up 407.9. Pitt is giving up 460. 462. You're right there. So that is 55 more yards. 55 more yards than the league's worst defense. And now why that's important is because the gap between the Bengals and Dallas, 32 and 31, is 3 yards. The gap between the Steelers, right, and the Steelers and the Dallas Cowboys is about 30 yards, okay? And then from there on, it's like 5 yards, 6 yards. The fact that the Steelers are 55 yards below the bottom-ranked team is alarming. And now, before these last two games, the Steelers were already 30th in the league, giving up 384 yards. Wow. They were already 30th, 384.4 yards. So, yeah, I mean, this is a big problem. And congrats, Jinja. Richard said Packers made a statement. Let's go. Best the Packers have looked since week 2. Steelers know it doesn't matter how poorly they look. They're winning their division no matter what. I just don't think that's the case, Crafty. Not with the way the Ravens bounced back today. The Bengals are back to being competitive, and then the Browns are, they're doomed. But the Steelers can't just expect this to be, acceptable moving forward. Remember last year, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they were winning. They were 10-2. How did they pull that off? They gave up 334 yards per game last year. Okay. 384. That's a 50-yard difference. And then, of course, they've been giving up, 100 additional yards in their last two. Now, more stats. Team total defense, opponent yards per game. We got that, but I wanted to see opponent points per game. Okay, because in their last two games, the Steelers have given up an average of 34 points per game. The worst team in the league is the Bengals, and it's at 31.6. Wow. Yeah, this is very concerning. This is very concerning. If you're a Steelers fan, 34 points per game in their last two, and now come the Colts. How are they going to fix this? Now, the Pittsburgh Steelers are giving up an average of 25 points on the season. Right? They scored 30. They gave up 35 points today. Okay, so this is an updated chart. So Pittsburgh is giving up in their last three? They're giving up. It says 25.7, but they've given up 30 4 in their last 2. So they must have had like who did they play 3 weeks ago? It must have been like they only scored 10. Yeah, they played the Browns, and the Browns scored 9. But their last 2, they've given up more points than anyone in the NFL. They've given up more yards, 50 more yards than anybody, the worst team in the NFL. And now they're playing the Colts. And you were looking at this team saying, wow, if they are able to win with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, then they're going to be just fine with Aaron Rodgers. And that should be true, because in 2024, when it comes to points per game, Pittsburgh was 7th in the NFL. They only gave up 20.8 points per game. Remember how good the Chiefs were defensively in only giving up 20 points per game? The Chiefs and Steelers were tied 20 points. Same with Green Bay, Minnesota, Denver, the Chargers, the Eagles. These were all top playoff teams. If you just look at points allowed per game in 2024, the Eagles were number 1. They won the Super Bowl. The Chargers were 2. They won 11 games. Denver was 3. They won 10 and made it to the playoffs. Minnesota was 4th. They won 14 games. Green Bay was 5th. They made it to the postseason injured. Kansas City was 6th postseason. Pittsburgh was 7th. And they did make it to the postseason. But remember, they lost 5 games in a row to end the year with Russell Wilson, which is why they wanted to move off. They said, man, our defense is, only letting up 20 points per game. And that's on that crazy win streak, because remember, their last 3 games, Pittsburgh gave up 25 points per game. And if you look at their final 5 games when they started losing, they were giving up a bunch of points. But if you go to, week 1, week 2 in 2024, and I have it actually already written out for you. It was the Falcons. They played week 1. They won 10-18. I was at the Broncos game. They won 13-6. So look at that. 6 points, 10 points. So it was week 3 last year, and the Steelers gave up an average of 8 points per game. Then they played the Chargers and won 10-20. So now you have 16 plus 26 divided by 3, about 8.3 points per game. Then week 4, they played the Colts, and the Colts beat them 27-24. That was their first loss because their defense didn't hold the opponent, to 10 points or less. That was the first time the Steelers gave up more than 10. But that would be their only 2 losses for a while. They lost against the Cowboys the following week, but then they only gave up 13 to the Raiders. They gave up 15 to the Jets. They gave up 18 to the Giants. They beat the Commanders in a 27-28 game, not really their type of game, but they got it done. But then here comes November after beating the Ravens 16-18. They got the win. They beat the Browns, or they got beat by the Browns 24-19. Then they won a shootout against the Bengals 44-38. Then they beat the Browns 27-14. And then they would go on to lose the rest of the season, right? But up until this point, their defense was tremendous. They only gave up more than, they only gave up 30 points once all year, and they were able to win that game. But for the most part, they gave up, 13, 16, 10, 6, 7, 13. And that defense was incredible. So what happened to it? Because if the Steelers would have kept that defense, Aaron Rodgers would be on a Super Bowl contending team. But that team seems to be so far removed that I don't even know what we're looking at. Because remember how they closed the season. The Steelers gave up 27. Then they gave up 34. Then they gave up 29. Then they gave up 19. Then they gave up 28. They lost all 5 of those games because they could only score 10 points, 14 points, 17, 13. And that's why. That's why they lost. Their defense finally couldn't hang on anymore. And their offense could not, when their defense said, man, I can't do this anymore. I need some help. Their offense didn't rise to the occasion. Russell Wilson just doesn't have it in him. He's not a good quarterback. So you bring in Aaron Rodgers, and it's like, I mean, on paper, it's great. They're going to just hold defenses to 10, 13 points, and Aaron Rodgers is going to take these teams, and he's going to score 30, 25, 35, 33, 31. Look at, if I just told you, before the season started, knowing what you know about the Steelers defense, if I told you, I'm just going to give you the amount of points the Steelers score, and you give me their record, 34, 17, 21, 24, 23, 31, 25. I would say 6-1, knowing what I know. That the Steelers, what are you saying? Their fewest amount of points they've scored this year, 17? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. They got multiple games where they've scored 30 points. I mean, they've scored just in their last two offensively, as I've said, they scored 56 points in their last two games. I mean, they shouldn't have lost those two games. They lost both of them, 33 or 25 points against the Packers, 31 points against the Bengals. But I would say, no, sorry, that's not the case. The Steelers lost a lot of them. And you would be like, what? But look, the Steelers gave up 32 to the Jets. They gave up 31 to the Seahawks. Look, just week 1 and week 2, they gave up 65 points. They had a good game against the Patriots. They gave up 21 to the Vikings. I don't even know which quarterback they had at that point. I think that was the London game. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And the Vikings had a chance to win that game. Then the Browns, they beat the Browns. Everyone does, besides the best teams in the NFL, I guess. And then the Bengals game last week, they gave up 33, and then they give up 35 to Green Bay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 games. That's like half of their games this year. The Steelers have given up 31 or more points. What changed? That is the big question. Half of their games, they've given up 31 or more. Something is deeply, deeply wrong with the Pittsburgh Steelers defensively. And it's a shame. It's a shame because going into this year, it was a real Super Bowl contender. And that's not why it's a shame. It's a shame because the AFC North is doing something we haven't seen a long time. A 3-5 Bengal team is second place in the division. The Ravens are 2-5. The Browns are 2-6. So the Steelers are in first place in this division, and they are only one game ahead of the Bengals. Go Pack, go! Only one game ahead of the Bengals. So there's a couple ways to look at this for the Steelers. Number one, what the hell is going on? You've given up 334 points, 334 yards per game last year. That was it. Last year, you gave up 334 yards per game, right? This year, just your last two games, you're giving up 462 yards per game, and you've given up 924 yards in your last two games, and 34 points per game with a total of 68 points. This is just the worst timing ever when the Steelers had a golden opportunity to run away. And I feel like every time this happens,
You have an elite defense. So then you add Aaron Rodgers to it, and then that defense blows. Remember, the same thing happened with the Jets. Everybody was looking at the Jets with Sauce Gardner and all these weapons that they had on the defensive side of the ball with Robert Saleh, and the Jets were one of the top-ranked defenses, and then Aaron Rodgers plays, and the Jets are ass. They are terrible. And it's like, wait, why couldn't the Jets just continue to play at the same players, same coaches, everything? But this continues to happen. With Denver, 2013, right? We score more points than any offense in NFL history. Manning breaks every record, and our defense is awful. We give up 43 points, right, to the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, get demolished. Super Bowl 50, we win. Our defense is amazing. Our offense is one of the worst in the league. It's like you can have the offense, but you can't have both. You can have the defense, but now your offense sucks. And it doesn't make sense to me when you keep the same players, same personnel, same scheme, same coaches, but something, I don't know if it's like the defenses start to believe like we can afford to give up some points, because I saw this so many years, like the Tebow year. Our offense couldn't score 16 points, but we got to the playoffs with an 8-8 record and won a playoff game against the Steelers with Demaryius Thomas. And it's like, okay, now imagine what this team could look like with a really good quarterback. But then when we got Peyton Manning, our defense wasn't it wasn't doing good anymore like it was when we couldn't score any points. It was like our defense knew that if it gave up more than 2 touchdowns, we were going to lose. But then once Peyton Manning came into town, they started giving up 28 points, 30 points, and it wasn't a big deal. It was just like, well, what happened to this defense? And this is what is happening to Pittsburgh right now. They were 10-1 by week 11 last year because they gave up 7. Like I said, by week 4 last year, they were giving up on average 9 points per game. How good of a defense do you have to be where you're giving up only 9 points per game and it's week 4? Where is that defense? Where is it? Because now that Aaron Rodgers is here, they completely forgot how to cover, how to get pressure, and worst of all, how to stop the run. Green Bay is coming out in, an obvious burn the clock scenario, and the Packers are still picking up 13 yards on a first down run with the Steelers in a run package. I mean, how does that even happen? And something isn't adding up. And I'm looking at the rushing defense, right? If you look at opponent rushing yards per game, like I said it already, they're 18th this year, giving up 100, or let's see, now they're 16th, giving up 111 yards to running backs per game, okay? But last year, Pittsburgh was 11th. They were top 10 running defense. What happened? Where is that team? Because had Aaron Rodgers received the defense and that the 2024 Steelers had, and let's just look really quick. Opponent points per game, the Steelers were that's 225. 2024, the Steelers are 7th in the league, giving up 20.8 points. Okay, I want to make sure to write that down. Last year, Pittsburgh, 7th, 20 points per game allowed. Okay, let's just take a look. 20 points per game, 20.8 points per game. Let's just look at their games. 20, if their opponent scored 20 points. Steelers, Jets, Steelers scored 34. It would have been 34-20, Steelers win. Seahawks would have won 20-17, 1-1. Steelers would have won 21-20. Oh, and keep in mind that the Steelers really gave up about 16 points per game, but the numbers got lopsided because they lost their last 5 in a row by giving up, 30, 40 points. Like their defense fell apart late in the season because they just couldn't, the offense was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. It's taxing. And by the end of the season, it caught up to the Steelers. But I'm using the 20 points per game, and that's an average. But to be real, it was, I'm going to do like the front. Let's just do the first 8 games, okay, of last year. We'll just do the first 8 games to be fair, okay? Starting with the Falcons game. That was week 1. So they gave up 10, 6 to Denver, 10 to the Chargers, 27 to the Colts, 20 to the Cowboys, 13 to the Raiders, and then 15 to the Jets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got one more to the Jets. And then after that, they gave up 18 to the Giants. Okay. So let's do this. Ready? What's the average of these numbers? 10, 6, 10, 27, 20, 13, 15, 18. $10, 27, 20, 13, 15, 18. Okay. Here we go. $119. Okay, so last year, through 8 games, because that's where we're at this year, the Steelers gave up an average of 14.8 points per game. Okay, last year, first 8 games, Steelers gave up an average of 14.875 points per game. Now, let's look at this year and see how many games the Steelers would have won if that were the case. Okay, so week 1 against the Jets, Steelers would have won 34-14. Then they would have beat the Seahawks 17-14. Then they would have beat the Patriots 21-14, which was the actual score of this game. Then they would have beat the Vikings 24-14. Then they would have beaten the Browns 23-14. Then they would have beaten the Bengals 31-14. And then they would have beaten the Packers 25-14. You see, the Steelers, if they had last year's defense, through 8 games, the Steelers gave up an average of 14 points per game. The Steelers would be undefeated right now. And I don't think a lot of people were betting on the Steelers defense to fall apart. And the only reason we haven't even been talking about it is because the Steelers have been finding a way to get wins, even with all this going on. They beat the Jets. They beat the Patriots. They beat the Vikings. They beat the Browns, right? But now they lost to the Bengals and the Packers, and they lost to the Seahawks week 2, and now it's time, because they're coming off back-to-back losses, it's time to look at this team and go, okay, they're 4-3. Last year's defense is 7-0, 8-0 today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, they've only played 7 games. So last year, this team, if they had that defense, they're 7-0 today. Today, they're 4-3. And it's wild to think about.
because not only would they be undefeated, but their offense is so much better. Remember, last year, if you look at the offense, 2024, their season opener against the Falcons, they scored 18, then they scored 13, then they scored 20, 24, 17. I mean, through their first 5 games of the season, they only broke 21 or more points one time. Then they got 32 against the Raiders, and then 37 against the Jets. And that takes us to like where we're at right now. But this offense last year was not great. I mean, this year, Pittsburgh, as far as points per game, Pittsburgh's 12th in the NFL. They're averaging 25 points. Their score today, 25. That's their average on the entire year, 25. In 2024, Pittsburgh was averaging 21 points per game. Averaging 25 points per game, you're going to win a lot of games. Now, let me just give you the teams scoring 25 or more per game. Okay? Indianapolis, Dallas, Detroit, Buffalo, Green Bay, Seattle, New England, Kansas City, Philly, Denver, Washington, the Rams, and Pittsburgh. That is 13 of the top teams in points per game. Now, out of those teams, Indianapolis is winning their division. Detroit's winning their division. Buffalo and New England are both in the top 7. They're battling, but both playoff teams today. Green Bay's a play. Let me open up after week 8 the current playoff bracket, because here's the current playoff bracket for the NFL. Okay, the current playoff picture today. The number 1 seed, the Colts. Number 2 seed, Patriots. Number 3 seed, Denver. Denver and New England are 6-2. The Colts are 7-1. In the NFC, the Packers moved to the number 1 seed with a 5-1-1 record. This is one of those rare scenarios where a 5-win team holds the number 1 seed, and the 2 and the 3 seed are 6-win teams because of the Green Bay Packers with their 1 tie. But with that said, let's keep the focus where I want to bring it. The Colts are number 1 in the NFL, and they're the number 1 seed. Okay, Dallas is number 2 in the NFL. Right now, Dallas is the 10 seed, and they have a losing record. So let's keep a tab on that. A non-playoff team in the top 13. So far, we have Dallas. Okay. Next, we got Detroit. Okay, where's Detroit right now? They're the 5 seed. That's a playoff team, 5-2. Then we got Buffalo. Where's Buffalo? They're the 5 seed at 5-2. Then we get to Green Bay. They're the 1 seed in the NFC. Seattle. They are the 4 seed. Okay, then we get to New England. New England is the number 2 seed. Then we get to Kansas City. Kansas City is on the bubble. If they win tomorrow, they will be the 8th seed, and Jags will be on the outside looking in. And then we get, so I'm just going to consider Kansas City a playoff team because they're going to win tomorrow. And plus, you can't say they're not before they play, but Kansas City's a playoff team. Then you get Philadelphia at 9. Where's Philly? Oh, they're the number 2 seed. So then you get to Denver. Denver's the number 3 seed. I love that they gave us the old Denver D logo. I hope that they keep it there all year. I think they're going to go back after this week, but that would be cool if they kept it. And then Washington at number 11. Okay, Washington at 11. They're on the outside, so Dallas and Washington will join them as top 13 points per game non-playoff teams. And then you get to the Rams, and the Rams are the number 6 seed. And then finally, you get to Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh is right now the number 4 seed, and they are a playoff team. Okay, so you got 11 out of the 12, or 11 out of the 13, top 13 in points per game. 11 of 13 currently in playoff picture. Why is that significant? Well, because let's evaluate. There's only 2 teams in the top 13 in points per game that aren't currently in the playoffs. What's up with those 2 teams? Okay, well, it's the Commanders and the Dallas Cowboys. This is NFL points per game. Now, we're going to go on the other side, opponent points per game, all right? Dallas is 31st in the NFL. Washington is 21st in the NFL. So, what does this tell you? Dallas, who in points per game is number 2 in the NFL, they're not even in the playoff picture because their defense, instead of being middle of the pack, they're 31st in the NFL. So if you are top 13 offensively, you got a great shot at being in the postseason as long as you don't have an atrocious defense. Okay? Now, that is the biggest concern. That is the biggest threat to the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. Because offensively, they are good enough to be a playoff team. They are good enough to do whatever they want. If you're top 13 in points per game, you can pretty much go as far as your defense will let you. NFL team opponents yards per game. Look at Dallas, 31st. Pittsburgh, 30th. I am trying to say that Pittsburgh may be in the playoff picture now, but it is only because of one reason. Number one, they have a very weak division this year, uncharacteristically bad division. Number two, they will not be here much longer. If the Steelers don't change the way they're playing on the defensive side of the ball, they are going to be with Dallas, with Washington Commanders, teams that give up bottom 7 in amounts of yards per game to opposing teams. There's no space for you to be in the playoffs, man. There is no spot for you. Now, maybe the Indianapolis Colts, who are 24th, but think about it. The Colts are number 1 in the NFL in points per game. So number 1, they can afford a little bit more, giving up more yards than, say, a team that's ranked 13th. Number 1 and 13 is pretty far away. But the other thing is teams are always playing from behind against the Colts. So they're super pass happy and, trying to, how many games have the Colts just kind of went one dimensional? They got a 3-possession lead with 5 minutes left. They're not even trying to score, while their opponents are, getting a bunch of bullshit, points and in yards against them because their backups are on the field. So take that with a grain of sand. But the Dallas Cowboys, the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers, this is an awakening. This game is an awakening because you could actually make a case that the Cowboys are a better football team than the Steelers because,
yeah, they're both giving up the most yards per game and points, but at least the Cowboys are second in the NFL offensively. The Steelers are 13th. Like, the Cowboys are putting up 35 plus points, 40 points per game. So this is really the final moment for the Steelers team to either turn it around at the halfway point or be prepared to miss the postseason for the same reasons the Commanders and the Cowboys are going to miss the postseason this year. You have to be better defensively, and we know that they can, because last year, through the first 8 weeks, they only gave up 14 points per game. So whatever it is, these last 2 games that has the Pittsburgh Steelers giving up, on average, 462 yards of offense per game and 34 points per game. That is something that needs to be investigated. They need to look within. They need to fix it. Or the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be a team that we're going to always wonder, well, what if Aaron Rodgers would have had the 2024 defense? How far could have this team really gone? And now that they're getting better offensive play, their defense seemingly forgot how to play football altogether. And this is definitely a fork in the road for the franchise. It's Aaron Rodgers' last year in the NFL. We'll see what they can string together, because it's gut check time. They're playing the Colts next week. Then they're playing the Chargers. The Colts are the best team in the NFL by a lot of measures, and the Steelers are going to be at home. And this is a game where the Steelers' defense is going to be tempted and tried and tested more than any other game, right? This is the best offense, and the Steelers the last 2 weeks are in yards and points by far the worst defense in the NFL. We're going to see if they can get it corrected. And then the big test is going to be Sunday, November 2nd at noon. But it does seem like the Steelers are 2 weeks from playing the Colts and the Chargers away from being a 4-5 football team. And if the Bengals wanted to win this division, well, after the Colts and Chargers game, the Bengals and Steelers play, that might be for the Bengals to take the number 1 spot in this division. There's a lot to be sorted out, but the Steelers got to get ready on the way. They don't have time to stall. They don't have time to feel sorry for themselves, because it only gets harder from here. After the Bengals, it's Bears and Bills and Ravens, and you get a little tiny break with the Dolphins, but then it's Lions and Ravens, 2 of your last 3. So the NFC North is up for grabs, despite going into this game, a lot of people believing like, oh, this is a bad division. The Steelers are just going to run away with it. That should be the case, but it couldn't be further from the truth. Thank you guys for watching this stream today. Thank you for tuning in to all of our Sunday games. As always, hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button, subscribe, share it with your friends, family, and remind everybody to check out my recap. I'm going to be doing my recap of all of Sunday football. And then tomorrow we have Monday Night Football. We do fantasy. I give you guys fantasy roster advice, lineup questions. We do predictions. I do recaps and NFL news. It's just pretty much all of your NFL needs can be met here. So if it's your first time in here today, thanks for listening. And I hope that you guys will come back, because we have only gotten to that halfway point of the season. A lot of football to be played. And it's like kind of like a quarters, we're at halftime. And anything could happen. The 33 points scored in the fourth quarter of the Broncos-Giants game, there's a team out there that's going to score 33 points in the third quarter of the 2025 season. I'm wondering if that team's the Bengals. I'm wondering who that team is that is about to turn things around in a big way. We'll find out. But thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next episode.
And don't forget,
Tyrell Williams. He beats Cox.
he beats Cox. And don't forget also
I wish I were high on pot news.
One of the three sides.
I wish I was high on pot news.
and that is always going to be a good one. And also, somebody just pray for Brian Dable, man. That guy's got some serious things. He's got to work.
10-yard penalty for the previous spot. 4th down.
He makes me uncomfortable. But anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. God bless.